Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to crumble!
I'm Joshua Kemble, and welcome to Joshua Kemble's Livestream. I've been a freelance illustrator and graphic designer for over 20 years. I was an art director for 9 years. And when I'm not art directing and working on illustrations and graphic designs, I'm working on comic books and graphic novels, and that's usually what I do during my streams. And while conversations can go all over the place on this stream, from spicy and entertaining to goofy and silly, one thing stays consistent throughout every stream. I'll always be working on art. So pull up a chair, get your art supplies out, and get ready for an entertaining show that'll keep you company while you work on your own personal art projects. This is Joshua Kemble's Art Stream. All right. Welcome to episode 324 of my live stream. We're continuing working on this kid's book, pages 4 and 5. We're trying to get a bunch of spreads done today for our client. And I am currently working on the flats for pages 4 to 5. We're almost done. We have just a little bit left to go, so let's just jump right into it. If you haven't yet, consider buying my graphic novels. I'll be playing trailers for them throughout the stream. But a good way to support indie artists is to kind of do that. If I seem a little hoarse, it's because I'm still kind of getting better from being sick. And so my throat is a little messed up. But we're going to kind of power through and see how much we can get done. So let's, no more skedaddling. Let's get to the art stream. So what we did on the last stream was the majority of the flats for the background and the animals. And now we're going to do a layer that's going to be the foreground. And we'll kind of see where we get with that. Okay, so I think I want to do, for the balls, I think we got to draw some balls, guys. Got to draw some balls. Okay, I think we're going to do just some kind of circles. I think what we'll do is actually end up probably like drawing these in with the pencil, because I like that idea. And I think we'll be good in this case. Let's just get the edges of these bulls. And then we'll do our circles, like, again, we're going to do our line art in Photoshop. So we should, in theory, be okay. On this. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and flatten that. And we'll get rid of this. A couple of the balls in the back didn't match the height, so I just went ahead and increased them. And we're going to go ahead and save where we're at. And now we're going to do our, I don't know what that under thing is called, so we're going to have to go look at it. I think the references are in. So my wife and I are both working on illustrating this, if you're just tuning in. And I think that on the Photoshop file, let's see if we have it. It's this 4C, there it is. Okay, we're going to open up the PSD. and see if it has what those little trays are colored. I think most of this is white. I think these little rail things are going to be mostly, let's see what they look like. Okay, so the little rails might be best to kind of draw in there. And they look like they're almost like metallic. Am I crazy? Is that white or metal? They aren't black. Oh, you're talking about the bottom trays? I'm just trying to figure out, like, is this white?
Things? Yeah, those are metal.
Is it metal or white?
It's white.
Okay, and then that is...
It's white metal. So I don't know what you mean by ore. That little tray under there is just like a plastic gray tray.
Yeah, okay, cool. Yes, all right, so we're good. We're going to do our gray tray real quick. And that'll be a different kind of gray than the... we don't want it to be a greenish gray because it'll blend in too much with the background.
I don't think that's important. The walls should be white though.
So the balls are done. Got that taken care of. I was just trying to figure out what these trays were. And then I think the weird metal things, I think we'll go ahead and do those. Let's see here. Let's brighten this up a little bit. And I think the metal things we might do. Let's see here. We got our tray. We have a couple other things to do. I think, like I said, those lines, I think we're going to go ahead and do those as pencil lines. Because I think that might work better. I'm wondering, though, because this one's so far in the foreground, maybe this would actually be better. So if this was just slightly... Let's see what we can do here. Okay, so for this, I think what we'll do is a line. And we need to make the line like relatively thicker. So let's make the line like 3 points, 4 points, 5 points, 6 points. Let's make it rounded. Okay. And again, I don't think these are going to have to be that wacky, but we can even add a little bit of texture too if we need to make it look more like a pencil line, like maybe some pencil over it. But I feel like this one in the foreground in particular is so big. Initially, I was going to just have it be something we add in with pencil, but I don't think it's going to work like that. So let's check this out now. Turn on our layers. Turn off our thing. I think that kind of works. Okay. Now we just have a few other things we have to do. So let's keep going. This will be like the easiest flats of the entire process. The previous ones took a while. These ones really should not take that long. You can quote me on that later. So similarly, like this is going to be some golf balls. I think I want to make these bigger. Let's do like the top one to kind of base it from. And obviously these were just sketched in, so they're not like perfect circles. And now we'll do 2, 3, 4, 5, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4. That'll work. And again, these aren't going to be perfect, but we just need that basis to kind of build the pencils over. So let's find our Pathfinder and we'll merge. And I don't really need this anymore, so let's go ahead and that way we can make the Pathfinder big because we're going to be using the Pathfinder quite a lot more. And similarly, we'll just build that little base here. So that's going to be here. And then we're going to do our dark. Just so they have some differentiation. Again, we could just cut and paste, but it just doesn't look quite as good with cut and paste. Okay, and we have this. We're going to see what we can do here. In theory, it would be cool if after this, I'm able to get 2 more spreads done. That's kind of what we want to do. We'll see if it's humanly possible. I think it might be, but I think it might not. So we'll just kind of have to find out. But you got to kind of shoot for the moon. So Jim said, in the middle of a movie at home, talk to you later. And he said, stop by to say hello and said, by the way, it looks fantastic. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lujan. Thanks again for your amazing contributions, too. You have really made some cool like commercials for this stream. I know everybody enjoys them, so. Okay, we're getting one step closer. Now we just need one more. And again, I do like pencil lines for these thinner ones, but because of the thicker ones done, not in pencil, it's going to look kind of weird if the other ones don't follow suit. So now we're going to do our circles. And I can't wait to get to rendering. Rendering is like my favorite part of this. It's the most free and fun. I think that's kind of where most colorists are. Like the flat areas and getting all those distinctions and stuff is quite a lot of work. Well, my wife did the drawing. That can be quite a bit of work, but the rendering is like the cake. It's super fun. Uh-huh.
We're walking the dog.
Okay.
Bring my phone if you have any questions.
Okay, I'm good. Here we go, and we're just going to do our next part. And the next part after that. It is fun to have the work though, so that's good. My allergies have been going nuts. I'm also recuperating from being sick, so you're gonna see like me being pretty watery eyed during this whole stream. Let's see here. Okay, so we're just doing piles of golf balls at this point. And again, a lot of this looks really abstract and kind of boring at first, and then it all starts kind of building to something wildly more complex. So we'll make this one 2 points. And I don't think it should be resting right on it, so we'll adjust that after we've drawn it. Because I like her drawing here, I just think it's misplaced to have it right on the golf balls there. So right on the golf balls. All right, we're going to adjust this to where it's a little more appropriate. And now I think we're almost good, but now I feel like there's a tangent. So let me fix that. A mild tangent there. So maybe this can be just a little bit. Should we have it overlap? Cool. All right, so we got the balls, we got the thing. I never thought I'd be talking about balls so much on stream. Okay, let's get our bushes and stuff. So for this, I'm going to do just these little patches that I think eventually we're going to blend in to, it should be doable. Let's see here. Thought I turned off the foreground. What is going on with this? Oh, I need to turn off the animal line work. Okay, let's turn on the foreground again. There's a couple things I really want to get in here. One of them is going to be this. Okay. So let's turn on our foreground again. And let's get these little patches of grass. And we might make these just slightly lighter. Almost like they're their own little thing. I think we'll make these slightly lighter. So in this case, I probably want to grab that foreground too. Or the background. And actually, I think what we'll do is we'll make this like not visible. But at least now we have that shape to kind of cookie cut. And here, okay. So I want to make these just a tad bit lighter. And again, I think what we'll do is have them kind of like make a gradient with the shading that blends into the green below. So I want to give a little bit of extra space just to allow that to happen. So it's going to look a little weird. Similarly here, just a little bit of extra space. And actually, what's weird is the way I'm working might be really familiar with somebody like Jim who does a lot of animation, where it's like you always keep the background, the foreground, and the middle ground kind of separate, right? So you can move characters. Like if you have something over a character, that needs to be on its own kind of layer. Okay, I think we're done with our references too, so I can turn that off. So these are going to look really weird until I render them. But it's well worth it. So I want to provide ample space for that rendering that kind of helps it go through. In fact, here I might even want a little more space. Maybe we want it coming down a little bit. Paul said hi, Josh. How's it going, Paul? How you doing, buddy? When is the animation festival that you're in? Has that already happened, or is that coming up? I feel like that was coming up pretty soon, right? Philip said, hey, you're back. Yep, I'm going to be on and off all night. So if you guys are bored, definitely stick around my channel because I'll be live streaming probably up into the wee hours of the morning. The goal is to try to do 3 spreads. Well, finish this spread and then do 2 more. Paul said September 23rd. Very excited. Hey, Paul, let me know where that is so anybody who's in there, you never know. Maybe there's somebody who listens to the stream who's in the area that would want to check it out. Philip said, I was thinking of going live, but I might do it tomorrow. Let's see here. Philip, if you were going to go live, when were you going to do it? I don't want to rain on your parade, you know? We're making a little bit of differentiation here. Kind of matching that part. And here I'm going to have it fully kind of go over. We might have this like go all the way to the edge. And then I think we'll copy this. And we'll paste it. And we'll do good old overlap here. And I think that'll do. So we've got like some of the foreground going. The goal is to have the forest like be a little darker than the golfing range, which is going to be like much brighter, lit by the sun. So now I want to do like a bluer and deeper for the leaves. Let's get in there. Let's start with the leaves up top. Philip said originally I had planned for earlier today, but things kept happening and I kept pushing it. And he said, now I'm just meh, do it tomorrow. Yeah, I've had days like that. Today I probably would be like meh and not streaming at all because I'm sick, but we have a deadline. And clients come first. Oh, I don't like that tangent. So we're going to fix that because that was a bad place to cut it off. We're just getting this main shape first. And then we'll kind of go through. I don't know if you guys saw the Richard Fairgray episode, but it was pretty fun. Kind of cookie cut that out. And then I kind of think we might have a variety of leaf shapes in here too. So I feel like that's just too flat. So we might go in there and make the leaves kind of vary a little bit. Just mildly, so it makes our lives easier when it comes to the rendering. Paul said, I just got off the phone with Jim. I had to call him because my wife and I were on a walk and saw a UFO. No way. Dude, that's amazing. And then Paul said, Hell's Half Mile Film and Music Festival in Bay City, Michigan. Thanks for asking. So if you guys are in Michigan, you should check out Hell's Half Mile Film and Music Festival on the 23rd, where Paul will be premiering his amazing animation and for the first time at that festival, like first time in theaters, which is really cool. That's got to be a cool feeling too. Okay, what I'm going to do is just get the flat shape here first, right? And then what we're going to do is merge them all, and maybe we make another like one other pass so it has like some variation in the leaves. So how would this vary? Maybe one of them will be like more weight, almost like blue. Maybe that's too blue. I actually kind of like that. So now we're going to go in and kind of really differentiate the leaves just a little bit to just kind of get a little bit more of the vibe of the illustration here. Let's try. I like the idea of one of these. We'll kind of mess with it. There might be a couple versions of tone that go into this. Like I might come up with another variation too. See what we can do with this for now. So I'm going to probably copy this and then paste it. We'll probably make it like a copy that and start cookie cutting. I think this has some variety. I like the idea of let's do just a little bit more variety so that it, starts kind of feeling a little less chaotic, a little less like slapped together. And we'll just do a few more. So right now, maybe I'll do, let's see our reference again. Right now, maybe this will be, let's just go ahead and draw them all so that we have like an idea of what we kind of cut out. And then kind of like the idea that maybe this one will be okay. So I kind of like that for the leaves. Nothing huge, but just a we'll start with our blues. And then we'll work from there. Thought we had our blues. Wait, what's going on here? What did I miss here? Oh, we missed. Okay. We got to redo it. Okay. I thought we had done that last leaf and we hadn't. The last leaf. You guys remember that story? It's actually a really cool one. It's in that I can't remember the name of the writer, but it's like this writer who did a bunch of classic kind of Christmas stories. And they often, local playhouses and stuff will often kind of reenact the play, but one of the stories is The Last Leaf, where a woman is sick in the hospital and gets convinced that she's gonna die if the last leaf falls. And so there's this painter that ends up staying up all night, and he, I think, like ends up dying uh, while painting outside. And you find out that the girl survives that thought that she was, going to die if the last leaf fell. And you find out that, she says the last leaf never fell. And then you find out the painter the whole time was outside painting the leaf because he had met this woman and thought she was really sweet. From what I recall, I might have the plot wrong, but that's what I remember. It's kind of a sweet story about artists being throwaways. We're useless except to paint the last leaf for people, guys, in our high danger situations. Okay, I'm liking how this has come out. Again, a lot of those veins and stuff like that will get in with the lines. What do we got going on in chats? Paul said, you didn't see my UFO comment? I did, and I was curious, so you have to tell more. You were saying you saw a UFO. I want to know what it is. John Coyote is joining and said, hi, folks. Hi, John. How's it going? Paul was saying, because Philip was saying he can't wait to see that. And Paul was saying, wait, for the film or the UFO? Oh, John was saying, I'm just saying y'all should like the stream. I agree with John Coyote. Be like John Coyote. Hit like right now. Hit that like button. We're finishing up the flats on this page. Thanks for the call to action there. Paul, you got to get into this UFO thing. Paul said, how many illustrations in this book? It's a children's book. So I'm going to try to do 2 more spreads or something like that tonight, hopefully. I may not hit it, especially coming from being sick. So it'll be an adventure to see how it works out. Okay, I want to have a little bit more of that green, that kind of wilder green. So let's get in here. We're going to kind of, again, just get the, what I believe are bushes. I don't know if I want that to be the same green. Maybe I want it to have just a little bit of a difference, just a mild bit, so it doesn't feel like the same thing over again. Okay. John said, I'm good. Celebrated my birthday yesterday. Saw bison and some cool birds. Happy birthday, John. That's awesome. Paul, you got to get into this UFO thing, man. You can't just say you saw a UFO and then just casually not go get into details. Give us the deets. Give us the wild details, my dude. I will say, having grown up in the AV, I'm a big UFO skeptic because, I mean, I believe in UFOs, but I think most of the time they're just planes that are being researched that we just don't know about. Because, like, growing up in this area, you would see, you know, like we saw like a bunch of the stealth planes before anybody knew they existed, like flying through our skies. And by all means, a lot of those things would look like UFOs, you know? But I feel like Gary Hodges needs to hear this story too about UFOs. I think Mr. Hodges would dig it. Can you dig it? Paul said the UFO was headed your way. Not kidding. Paul, be careful. UFO invasion of UFO invasion of Canada. Be careful. Wouldn't it be funny if it turns out that's just Paul's private airplane that you saw? It's like a jet. People think that's a airplane all the time. Everybody knows Paul is rocking a private jet. Not Paul, Philip is rocking a private jet. What do we got here, guys? We have a few more of these going. Okay. Now I'm kind of starting to think this is all one giant bush. I thought they were separated, but we're going to make them one big piece. Yep, that's all one big piece. And then similarly, this is all one giant piece. And I'm guessing to accommodate text. That's what I'm guessing here. I'm really digging the way my wife kind of changes viewpoints, though. It's pretty cool. Like the point of view, it keeps it really fresh. You can tell she's kind of a veteran of doing children's books, you know, because like these spreads, you kind of have to keep keep it interesting, you know. A lot of people might just do the same exact shot over and over again, and that would just get awfully dreary. This is one big bush here. Do not quote me on that. Okay, I cannot wait to hear the details of this UFO. It's like that is a classic beginning to a story too. You don't want to not hear a UFO story, right? Everybody wants to hear a UFO story. Maybe we'll do and then this one will have Should this one be dark too, just to kind of balance it out? You guys, we're almost at rendering time, which is like my favorite. Rendering is where it starts taking shape. Flats are where you just kind of work out your basic colors with this style, right? And then it's like renderings where we get to add line and value, like form. But you kind of have to make sure it's working. Because if your illustration is working flat, then it's going to work in color. Is that too obviously balanced? I don't think it is. I think that works pretty well. And, oh, just do one more of these. Boom. Look at that. So we're going to do one other thing. I'm going to grab this. I'm going to group it. We got all our lines, all our flats. We have all our flats for our foreground. We have all our flats for our middle ground. And then we have all of our flats, all of our fats for our backgrounds. Okay, I think that's good to go for flats. So now we get to rendering. So we've been going almost an hour. If you haven't yet, hit that like button. It really helps the stream. It also encourages me because, this can get really daunting working on this stuff all the time. So I'm going to put on a trailer. I might have to put on two because I got to pull up Photoshop and get that all set up without giving any huge spoilers. Let's go ahead and play. Oh, wait. Before that, let's at least read what Paul said about the UFOs. So imagine in the night sky. Here, this needs like a campfire. Imagine the night sky. We were out for a walk. It was like seeing a jet flying across the sky. A little light like a star, but there were 20 or 30 in a row moving all together. Philip said, I'll be sure to keep an eye out. And he said, well, we do have an air show coming up. Yeah, so there is. I will tell you, I don't want to demystify or ruin your situation there, Paul. But generally, when it's collections of light all in unison, it's usually like a squadron of planes. So they're just flying in formation. And we just connect the dots and make it think it's like this big thing. John said, ooh, were the lights all the same color? Paul said, my wife said 20. I said 30. She said, I always exaggerating the length. Nice. Paul said, all pretty much right. Paul said, what was weird is it took about a minute to cross the sky. So it must not have been very high, but we didn't hear anything. Nice. And then John said, I like bears. John also said, that's odd, Paul. Maybe they were doing a tour. And then Paul said, I think it might be a MAGA invasion of Canada. I'm kind of curious. Like, I wonder if we're just going to ship all the MAGA people to Canada now. You can deal with them, Philip. Okay, I'm going to put on the trailer. Let's see here. What trailer should we put on? Let's put on Kids Sake Kemble. All right, I'll be right back, guys.
You know, the Georgia kids say the craziest thing.
So, little Susie, do you have any brothers or sisters? I understand you're in 3rd grade. How do you like that? Do you like your teacher? You like to do a lot of fun things at school? You got any hobbies, Susie? Any things you like to do when you're not in school? I hear you like to read.
Well, right now I'm reading 2 stories written and illustrated by Joshua Kemble. It grapples with faith and mental illness. It's ultimately a story about redemption. It's a savage piece of writing. Also, I just finished up Jacob's Apartment, another one by Kemble. Jacob's Apartment weaves together elements of spiritualism and relationship dynamics, as well as atheism, and all the while it deals with abandonment and loyalty. It's a fierce, fierce read.
Do you like ponies?
My ass, so
Speak clearly, it seems that only in dreams can we these things we've seen and walk around breathing I don't know the part to play in this heart of mine. There's dissonant things, they split at the seams. Okay, so we are getting through this. We're going to basically let's go ahead and change the what we're seeing here to our golfing business here, and now we're going to basically import our flats into Photoshop. So we're going to start with our background. And we can just drag that over. Hopefully that works. And it won't take as much fudging and finagling as last time. All right. It's our background. It's nicely set up. I'm going to go ahead and hit save. And once that's saved, so I'm not overloading, because when you start doing these Photoshop versus Illustrator, Philip was saying there's been a few times in the last few chats that Josh has read something from the chat, but I don't see it. Interesting. I don't know why that is. And then John Coyote said, Paul and Philip, do you guys know AI Simmons? And then Paul said, the Spawn? John Coyote said, the Canadian musician does a lot of kid stuff. He was on Sesame Street, I think. Huh. I don't know why Al Simmons made me think of Paul Simon. I think it's probably because of his song about calling me Al or whatever. So this we're going to do as our animals layer. And then we've got our last part, which is going to be the foreground. And let's import that, drag it over. I probably should have saved between, because sometimes this freezes up. And that'll be on our foreground. So we're getting there, guys. We're getting there. Okay, we're gonna close this. John said he sings, I collect rocks. Paul said, I think the chat. This is weird. Am I freezing, guys? I think I froze for a second there. Paul said, I think the chat is sketchy sometimes. I think it makes it fun. Confusing sometimes, but fun. Yeah. Wow, that's weird. I just got a page unresponsive. Am I still going, guys? I think my connection was being kind of weird there for a second. Philip said, I think I know who that is. I had to look him up. I was too old when he was doing kids shows. Paul said I froze up like Mitch McConnell. That video. Have you seen that video, Mike? Where Mitch McConnell, we used to call him the evil tortoise. And okay. Anyhow, we used to call him the evil tortoise, and so it's funny. I hate to say it. You don't usually want to, it's sad when people age and stuff like that, but McConnell, who was extremely critical of Biden and how old Biden is now having weird senile moments where he like freezes up and can't say anything. So I got to admit, there's a bit of pleasure in seeing that. If that makes me a horrible human, I don't know. John said, Philip said, you're still going, but it's been freezing up occasionally. It was doing that last stream. Yeah, I think my connection's just been kind of wacky the last few days. And the other thing is, I think what I'm doing is it requires like quite a lot of memory. I was going to make another Mitch McConnell joke there. Okay, I do want to see where my animals are going to be as I render this. I don't know if I need to see the foreground elements. I do. Okay, so as I render this, so let's start out with the sky and kind of work our way from there. So the sky is going to be really light at the bottom, and then it's going to it's kind of like a sunrise type sky. So let's make layers, and John said that's for Paul, and that's fair, Paul, and cool, Philip. I just got to see him perform and meet him at a market recently. Nice. That's the Al Simmons. Nice. All right, guys. Let's get into shading. I got a little spaced there. So let's do rendering. This will be called Background renders. This one we'll call background flats. Okay. Let's do our background renders. We're going to go ahead and we got our dissolve brush already set and ready to rock. I want to have kind of like it fade in to the sky a little bit. That might be a little much. I think I want it to be a little more subtle as it gets towards the earth. As it gets towards the earth. Once it's towards the earth. Yes, I said the earth. This is going to be a good earth, guys. A good earth. We got to treat the earth well. Oh my gosh. And I kind of like that. It's a little bit of a mild background there. I know some of it's getting cut off. Let me try to size it so you can at least see most of it. We got our sky kind of rendered. Now we just need our hills. Paul said, I get to make fun of McConnell because I have Parkinson's. Josh, you have to watch 30 minutes of Ben Shapiro videos as punishment. Yeah, that's true. Does it count that I've kind of hate watched those videos? Can I use those as substitute credits? Okay. We want this to be like a rolling kind of hillside. I don't think that's quite light enough. Almost feels too mild. So let's go a shade lighter. Let's try that. There we go. That works a little bit. And now let's do a shade darker, which will be this. So it's got kind of a rolling hill vibe. Rolling, rolling, rolling. Keep those doggies rolling. All right. My burgeoning musical career here. I need to clean my screen. My screen has some stuff on it. And it's usually not a problem except when you're working on rendering and you start going, wait, what are those spots? And it's like, oh, I just need to wipe down my screen. All right, I like that. Hill number 2. This is the hill we're gonna die on. That's right. Okay, let's see here. And now I'm going to use the hill behind it as the light source. And then we're going to use the hill in front of it as the dark source. The dark source. This might be too subtle. We'll see. Now, if I take off those lines, hey, I kind of like that a little bit. I think what we want to do is a little more shadow. on this hill. So I want to do a tiny bit darker as it gets toward the bottom of the hill. Toward the bottom of the hill. And turn off the visibility of the selection so I can really see if I'm getting enough contrast. I really want these to look like almost like rolling hills. Maybe here we go a little darker, just a tiny bit darker. And then here we can go with the same color. And then here, go with that mild, darker color. Now I'm digging that. Look at that. Paul was saying Manitoba. There's talk of Manitoba. And then John was saying Winnipeg is the capital of Manitoba. I think they're talking about the beauty of Winnipeg. John said there's some cool hidden spots in Manitoba. We also had a famous UFO incident where a man was burned by the UFO. Well, be careful, because from what Paul was saying, coming the way of Canada is a UFO. I hate to be the bearer of Brad news. The bearer of Brad news, you know? I hate to be the bearer of bad news, of Brad news. Okay, I want to have the light go here, very mildly cresting the edge here. Kind of keeping it real faint. And then I want to have this color, kind of bringing it in. See if we can do that. Bringing it in a bit. Then I want to have, let's get in there, go with this darkest tone. And we're going to have that start to kind of bring in a little bit of shade. And then we're going to go super dark for the very base of it, if my computer doesn't freeze and die. And that'll be these very mild corners here. And then I want to do again, like we try to give shadow wherever we can too, under some of these figures, you know, because it just, if you don't have shadow underneath figures, it always looks a little weird. Like it looks like you have just people that are mildly there. And similarly, I want to have some shadow here. Shadows here. Shadows here. And finally, shadows there. And then we'll do just one notch darker. For just kind of like the very core of the shadows. So again, we're kind of working in layers. So we're just kind of adding and building as we go. We're not quite done. Not quite there. So we've got our hills. There's one other thing I want to do. We're going to bring a little bit of light onto this. Let's see our animal too. And we'll do just a little bit of light on the grass. And then we'll do a little bit of shadow. Paul said, Josh, I'm having difficulty accepting you making golf illustrations. I'm feeling like you've sold out to the corporate and capitalist interests. Say it ain't so. Well, we just needed money. If you guys want me to not have to do golf illustrations, which by the way, this client's rad. But if you guys want us to be able to do our own stuff, my wife and I, then, you know, consider super chatting. Consider buying my independent comics, Jacob's Apartment or Two Stories. And definitely hit that like button. But I don't feel like, actually, this is a really fun project. I'm really very much enjoying it. I have absolutely no complaints about this one. It's a lot of fun. Plus, it's like an opportunity for my wife and I to work together, which is super fun. Okay. Now we're going to kind of bring a little bit of value here. And maybe we do just even, because we're going to have a figure right here, you know? Maybe we go even darker right underneath him. And for the heck of it, let's carry it across, even though we don't have to. Oh. There we go. Okay, we have finished the rendering of the very, very background. I don't know if I like the differentiation now. We might have to add some tones. Let's see, though. Maybe I can wash out those Okay, I do think the tones need to go a little bit lighter. So I like the idea of, let's try like making this significantly lighter. And now let's do just trying to kind of get it a little bit brighter, but more kind of fading into the background, maybe? I don't know if that works. Okay, maybe that's the wrong path. Okay, instead we're going to go the other route because that didn't really work too well. So instead we're going to try this to make there be like a clear, distinct separation between the two. So we're going to go darker. And in this case, we'll do let's try doing a little bit. Let's try doing something even more like subtle. I'm not sure if I'm digging this. You know what might be... You know, I think I'm going to ditch that idea. I think what might be kind of throwing it off... Okay, I think I see now. Okay. Never mind. We're good. Okay, I just didn't finish the street. I was like, something wasn't working there. And then I know what I'll do after that. Okay. I don't know if I've told you, but I'm actually very scared of bears. I see some talk of bears in the chats. Bears scare the dickens out of me, dude. And kind of understandably, they're cute in this illustration, but they're just sort of meat-eating machines. I guess black bears aren't quite as bad, but grizzly bears, man. Grizzly bears. No, thank you. You can quote me on that too. You can say, as Joshua Kemble says, grizzly bears, no thank you. Okay, I think I'm trying to figure out how I can distinguish these, and I think I know how. Okay. Let's do this too. Okay, let's do select inverse. I kind of want to have the horizon be a little blue or something. So let's see what we can do here. It's going to kind of mess with whatever works. Let's turn it down just a little bit. Okay. And then here we'll go to deselect this and deselect this. And let's try I think that works better. That works like way, way better. We do need to kind of turn this down just a notch. Huh? Okay, I like that. Okay, we're going to save. Let's see here. Oh, we got a bunch going on. John said, what's your favorite sort of bear? All bears scare the crap out of me. No bears are my favorite sort of bear. Physical bears, I think, are physically frightening. Even black bears, honestly. Like, bears will mess you up, dude. Paul said his daughter left the light on in the basement. Paul was saying he likes the cocaine bear. I haven't seen that movie yet. John said it's bear country here, so we get taught early on how to deal with them, but it's mostly black bears, and I like them. They're cute. Black bears are not as scary. They eat the dandelions on the side of the road. That's kind of cute. Philip said, unless I'm in a zoo, I don't really want to see one or have them see me. Yeah, bears scare the crap out of me. Polar bears are cool, but they're hyper carnivore, meaning they only eat meat. Yeah, polar bears and grizzly bears are just like, again, just the consumption of meat that they have to go through. It's kind of like a shark where it's like they have to eat a certain amount of meat every single day or they like die. And it's like a vast amount. So it just forces them to be these like predatory killers. John said, I'm scared of spiders. You're not alone. My sister-in-law is scared of them as well. Okay. I am going to... We're going to play another trailer, guys. We finished the background. And now we're going to play another trailer. And then we will get to our middle ground. And then we will do our background, or our I guess, foreground.
Well, Peter, since I'm such a big music fan, I'm going to have to go with Karen Carpenter. Oh, Stu, I'm sorry. That's the incorrect answer.
Trish, what you got for us?
I'm gonna go with Kim Gordon.
All right, let's check that answer. Kim Gordon. Do we have a Kim Gordon?
Yes, and that means you're our new Wordzoid champion, Trish. Dale, tell Trish what she's won. Trish, you've won a copy of 2 stories, a memoir of faith and mental illness. Handwritten, hand-drawn, and handed to you by artist and writer Joshua Kemble. But wait, that's not all. You've also won a copy of Jacob's Apartment, the story of a doomed romance. What happens when you take Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind and put it in a blender with Ghost World? You get Jacob's Apartment, written and illustrated by Joshua Kemble. Trish, thank you for playing Wordzoid.
All right, great job, Trish.
I was told I was gonna get a lifetime supply of paper towels.
Okay. All right, this one's going to be interesting to see how we get through it. We just have to render now these bears. And I noticed that for some reason there's white on this layer. So instead we'll do it on multiply. Not a problem. Except now it's like invisible. Maybe multiply was wrong. And multiply is usable for now. I just have to adjust my eyes. Okay. So we're going to do our color here. And let me see how we did the animal from the previous ones. Okay, so we need to pull that open. I have to go to my main screen real quick, so I'm not given any hints from the final book. I don't want to show the text, give it away. John said black bears come in different colors too. Like their fur, they can become cinnamon colored or even ginger. So I used to work for a souvenir company. And that's where I art directed. And we had to draw so many bears. Like so many bears. Because, you know, a lot of tourist areas in the U.S. are like bear country. And I learned a bunch of weird things about bears that you just wouldn't learn. But one of the things I learned that a lot of people get wrong when they draw is one of the biggest differences between, I mean, there's some big anatomical differences between the two kinds of bears. But one of the biggest differences is the grizzly bears have like a hump on their back. Like their shoulder blades are like more bony. And so it kind of creates this like bump on their back. So often you'll see like a black bear illustration. And again, you wouldn't know this. Okay, so that's going to be helpful to kind of have our reference of our guy. Now let's do some light. So we're going to do a lighter bit on him. I think last time we didn't, I didn't want like, I want it like slightly lighter. Still in the kind of brown territory. Okay. And now we're going to do we should call this animals flats. And then we'll call this animals render. We're going to come in with line at the end on everything. I think we'll just get the renders first. Oh, I should probably make my selection before I go and render. That'd be good. So we're going to go to our flat, and then we're going to go to our render. And just kind of get in there on his ears. for her ears. I think it's a she, actually. And then we're going to do a little bit of overall go to very light. I might be overdoing it a bit, but I don't think so. We're just going to get a little bit of light detail in Hattie here. Paul said the name of this book is Bears Don't Buy Golf Carts. It's a good point. I guess if bears were really into golfing, they wouldn't be buying them. They'd just be taking them. You know what I mean? I don't think bears are going to be making much purchases. Okay. Now I want to get in here and get a little bit of these details. And I think we'll go back over with mids just because it's so big, you know? And then I think we'll get in there with just a little bit more of this kind of rendery business. And I want to hit it one more time with some of these mids again, just so it doesn't look as blown out. So like here in particular for the hands, I think I want to have a little more kind of detail. And then similarly, like face here. Oh, some of these mids can come in more so it doesn't look quite as extreme. And then here, we'll bring just a little bit. All right. I think that's Hattie's main body. Oh my gosh. You guys are just looking at my face. Okay. Now you're looking at the art. Oh my goodness. That's so funny. I was like just getting in the zone, working. Little did I know Okay, I think we're going to do light for the chest, or for the mouth and the chest, and then dark. So this should be really quick. So let's do really light for the light. And tiny bit there. And then we'll do the dark, which is going to be significantly darker. And there we go. And now we just need the nose. Nobody knows. Okay. And let's do just a mild bit brighter. I think a little less saturated too. And we'll do our rendering there. It needs to be a little bit brighter than that for our nose and our eyeballs. Let's try that. And then we're going to just do the eyeball, and then we're done with renders. And this will be white. And there we go. We'll get in there with our other stuff in a second. Whew, we're getting there, guys. We're getting there very slowly. Who would win in a fight, McGruff, the crime dog, or Smokey the bear? Smokey. Paul had also notified me that we couldn't see my drawing. Sorry about that. Okay. Now my bears, let me see. Okay, my bears are going to go light and then dark. So let's try that. We're going to render a crap load of bears right now, guys. And we'll start with light. And we'll do the light for all of them. So let's do... I'm going to have the light kind of coming from behind here. So it's going to be on the right the entire time, somewhat. This will be interesting. Okay. So this one's kind of backlit a little bit. Let's go to our animals render. See what we can do here. Might be a little too light, but just a notch lighter, not quite as light. Let's try that. Maybe just a little bit lighter. Yeah, that kind of works. Okay. Okay. Now we'll just have some of the light kind of coming through on this whole section. And a little bit here, just kind of cresting the edge just a little bit there. Similarly, barely kind of tapping the edge there. Okay, and now we're going to do our... Oh, I was going to get into darks, but no, we need to do... Maybe this guy's got just a little bit... No, you know what? We'll get into darks in a second. Okay, now let's get into this. So tempting to like keep going, but... Oh. But I want to keep this sort of selected. And let's see here. I missed a spot of black, so we'll have to go in there. I missed the toes there when I was initially doing my colors. So that's a good thing to know. Okay, I think that'll do for the light on that bear. And we'll just kind of continue working our way through this till we're done rendering. That was way too much there. Get in there again. Like it. Okay. Now we have our other two bears that are here. And these ones will be a little easier because they're a little more in profile, so a little easier to see what's going on there. Okay, and we're going to just do... Much easier bear here. And then similarly, another bear here is going to be a little bit easier to navigate because and we'll kind of see how far we can get here, but I like where we're getting. And I do kind of think maybe here we have the bear kind of standing here, a little more in direct light. All right. So now we've got our bears. That's a lot of the light tone. Let's do the dark tone, and then we'll sort of hit it up a little bit. So the dark tone should be pretty good. And just for fun, I might do like a mid tone too. Night, Ben. I love you. My son's going to bed. I have to say goodnight to him. Because why wouldn't you? Oh, if you guys caught the last Artcasters, my son actually did like a like and subscribe thing. Like he was going to bed that night. He was like, "Hey, when you're doing your show, can I like come on and tell people to like and subscribe?" I was like, "Sure." It was pretty cute. He's a sweet kid. All right. I will get back to looking at chats in like 2 seconds too. I just want to get through the rendering on this bear. Barely rendering of this bear. All right. I think that works. Now we're going to do this one just to add a little bit of dark. Oh, nice. Everybody said good night. I think Paul said, "Did you hear the one about the bear and the rabbit? The bear asked the rabbit if poo sticks to his fur. Rabbit says no. So the bear picks up the rabbit and wipes his butt." And then John said, "Okay, I got to round up some kittens and sleep. You guys have an awesome rest of the evening." Nice. Thanks for hanging in there. And Philip said good night, Paul, and good night, John. I think they've gone to bed. So I know we still have people watching though. So if you guys are watching currently, do not feel shy. Feel free to talk in the chat. Hang out with everybody. At least let us know what you're working on. We're going to do the bear here. And just getting in those darks so that it's got like more dimension, more kind of flow to it. And then once we get into like adding line, that's where all of this is going to come together. And that's my favorite part. Because again, this method of working is really weird. And at first you feel like you're kind of working with abstraction. And then as you go, it starts feeling less and less abstract. And I want to get that paw, that other paw too, once I'm done with this. Because right now we're just getting these primary selections. There's his tail. And then we're going to do just one other thing. which is the rendering here, the shading. It's a lot less with the darks, but as the light's more intense, the shadows might be slightly more intense. And I know it looks like a lot of dots, okay? It's just how this works. It kind of starts real abstract, starts to kind of work its way into working. But it's a lot of weird stuff until it starts coming together, and then you're like, oh. And we might go in and do just a little bit of mid-tone just so we don't blow it all out. I feel like right now we might be kind of missing the mid-tones of the bears. So we'll do that real quick, and then we'll go back over it. Once we have kind of some mid-tones worked out a little more. And then we'll go back over it and kind of rock it. Just getting those midtones in just a little bit more so it's not quite as heavy on the stuff. I like that. Okay. Similarly, just a little bit more midtones. And similarly, a little bit of midtones. Just kind of pulling it back a little bit so it's not quite as extreme. And then we're going to do just a little bit of midtones on our bear here. And I think we're good to go. Paul said, I don't want to work tomorrow. Well, on the bright side, I guess, just be glad you have work. Coming from the other end of the spectrum right now, it definitely makes me appreciate having work. I also don't want to stay up all night drawing, but it's looking like that's going to be the case. Because we're not even done with the halfway point. Okay, so we got that. Now let's do our bear. Let me see. Yeah, okay, we're going to do our bear eyeballs. That'll be real quick. Let's do our bear eyeballs. Our bear eyeballs. Sounds like I'm saying bear, like. Yeah. Like bare naked. Gonna draw some bare naked eyeballs. I'm here all night, guys. Give it a little bit of brightness there. Guys' eyeballs are closed. Oh. Okay. Eyeballs done. Check. We're getting there, ladies and gentlemen. Philip said, I feel your pain. I don't work till Thursday, but I'm not looking forward to it either. And then Philip said, I wish I could just do art work and make money on that. And then he said, bare necessities. Nice. Yeah, making money doing art is cool. And when I've been fortunate, like right now, I'm glad to have paid work. And when in the past they've been fortunate enough to have it is one of the most fun careers. So, and like I said, I might be like substitute teaching in like a couple weeks once that all gets cleared through. So we'll see what all happens, you know. Not above anything. Let's see here. Okay. We're going to do our renders for our noses and our toeses. That's right. Noses and toeses. I bet you did not know I was going to say that. Noses and toeses. Okay. We're going to do just slightly lighter on the noses, but I think we can do a little bit, and on the eyeballs. Let's start with this. Oh. Start with this. And we'll move our way over here. Okay. Okay. Noses and toeses are done. Chris said, not drawing, but building string lights in my backyard. Good looking bears, by the way. Thank you. And then GZ Draw Forever said, how do we know if it's a male or female bear? Well, I think in a cartoon illustration like this, you probably don't know. Weirdly enough, I think a lot of kids' book illustrations don't get very specific with that kind of stuff. Yeah, my wife said I would have given them eyelashes. So I think a lot of these are male bears. Which makes sense because golf is boring. So no, I'm just kidding. I kind of appreciate anyone who has an interest. I've never found an interest in it, but again, I also didn't really grow up with wealth or anything, so maybe if I had grown up around people who went golfing all the time or played tennis, I would be into one of those two things. But I never was around it, so both of those always seemed like real like smarmy, like rich people stuff. But I'm sure, you know, maybe it's, now that I think about it, maybe it's relaxing, you know. I will say I have gone to a driving range with friends when I was in college, and that was insanely fun. Because then you're just like pelting the ball as hard as you can and seeing how far you can make it go. But I guess it's probably like any sport where when you get used to it, you know. I know it's a very popular pastime. A lot of people in LA use it to like schmooze, make connections and stuff like that. So I don't know, you know. What can I say? Okay. What can I say here? I have to admit though, the idea of these little golfing animals is pretty adorable. Philip said, Josh, are you also reading from Twitch? Yes, that's where the GZDR4EV comment came from. I try to pull up comments on the screen too, but it's a little hard to do while I'm drawing. So we are getting our little bear mouths now. I kind of don't want there to be 3 layers of color in the mouths. I think that's actually fine to have just 1 layer of color. And we'll go ahead and close that out. Our bears are kind of done. Now let's do their golf clubs. Well, actually, first, let's do... where's this dude's little hat? I want to really make this look like a golf cap. So we're going to do... And we'll add like line to kind of really clarify it. And then see, tiny little guy there. And then we'll do our light area on it. And we'll do just this tiniest bit of light here. Okay. Okay, we did the golf cap. Now we need our little golf clubs. And then we'll probably take one more break so that my neck doesn't fall off because I've been drawing since like 6 in the morning. Okay. And it's going to just be light on these clubs. Get your light on the clubs. Okay. And whoa. Get some light on the clubs here. Light on the clubs. And then let's do dark. And then let's try doing dark here and dark here. Cool. We're getting there, guys. Getting there very slowly, very surely. Doing our little animals without lines, and then we'll have lines at the end. Okay, let's finish these golf clubs. And then we'll take a break. I can't wait to go in with line, though, because once we get to line, that means we're close to done with this page. And there's just 2 more pages after that to go. Maybe I'll be able to get done by like 2 in the morning. And we're doing lighting on our golf clubs. Now we're going to do dark on the golf clubs. We're going dark. Dark like the blackness of my soul. Oh, wait. I went too quick. We can't go into the blackness of my soul yet. We need to actually go into the lightness of the soul. Real quick here. And here. Okay, now let's do our shadows. This will be just a little bit more kind of nuanced and tiny. And let's now do our shadows here. Man, the only thing that sucks with Photoshop is the lag when you do brushes. Like, and that might just be my computer, but it's like when you're using a brush and you do a lot of strokes, sometimes it'll like sort of lag. Okay. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I think that's as good a time as any to take a really quick break. So let's turn off our animal lines and let's see what we got here. We're getting there, guys. Very slowly, very surely. Don't call me Shirley. I'm here all night. Okay, let's do the trailer for. We had Philip on here. Let's hear from Philip what he has to say about Jacob's
Hi,
apartment.
my name is Phil Chandler. I'm a freelance artist, illustrator, and cartoonist. Today, though, however, I want to tell you about a graphic novel I picked up recently called Jacob's Apartment. This book was both written and beautifully illustrated by Joshua Kemble. It is a story of a doomed romance that causes the main character to question his beliefs and his faith, while he's also going through other tragedies in his life. Every page has been illustrated by hand and digitally colored with painstaking detail. It is an emotional story that causes you to think and even question things in your own life. And while the story is a tragedy, it is one that I was completely entertained by and I highly recommend. You can currently find this on Amazon or even check in with your local bookstore and see if you can order it. And while you're at it, you can also check out my Instagram at Phil Chandler Arts and also my YouTube channel by the same name, Phil Chandler Arts. And go buy Jacob's Apartment.
Coffee too. All right, we got the coffee going. We're gonna rock and roll. Philip said, Dang, that was almost a year ago. What was almost a year ago? And he said, I moved my studio upstairs since then. That was before the infamous bug invasion. Oh my goodness. Yeah, he got like bed bugs in his apartment, which sucks. It's brutal. My wife said she's really sorry. Yeah, that was a rough one, man. My was saying she would have just cried. That's a rough one. Mai was saying she'd just burn our house. Now I know. Like, if I ever get home and Mai is just sitting there with like matches kindling the house, I'll know, oh, bed bugs. Not trying to make light of that, by the way, Philip. That was rough. I mean, he got through it, but it was I feel like we need to mic up Mai on these things because, like, she ends up talking half the time, and none of you guys can hear it. And I like the exchange and being able to talk to my wife. It's fun. But it's like, I feel like we need to just get her mic'd up and see if we can make that work. The only problem I can think is we're in the same room. There might be like slapback kind of stuff. Mai was saying you guys would realize she's not all that cool. But what ends up happening, this is the funniest thing about Mai and how awesome she is. So Mai is always like, oh, I'm shy in public and stuff like that. And then we'll go to like a public occasion and people like Mai more than they like me because I'll come across as like kind of an asshole sometimes. And Mai is just like the sweetest person, easy to like. Like, she's just awesome. And it's hilarious because she's always like, oh, I'll make a fool of myself or whatever. And it's like 9 times out of 10, I will make a fool out of myself. I'll forget people's names. Anyhow, but my wife, you know, she has like anxiety and stuff with that type of stuff. But it's just one of those things where it always cracks me up because she's much more socially smart than I am. Whereas I think I'm like, I think I've talked about this. I think I'm slightly autistic. So I don't. Mai was like, not slightly. But I miss like social cues a lot. And so I can very easily offend people. And that's not an excuse. Like, I'm not trying to offend people. It's just my whole life, like, I would say something that didn't seem offensive, and then people are like, oh, like, and I'm like, what? It's just, you know. My wife, she's very in touch with people's feelings and
I think that you have autism and ADD. That's my own personal diagnosis.
Mai said she thinks I probably have autism and ADD. So there you go, guys. Who knows though? Like, we're all. I have a feeling from our generation, we're all pretty like screwed up. We all probably have something wacky. You know, they didn't really diagnose kids our age with stuff, so who knows, dude. Also, we're artists, so like that in itself is like a, what's wrong with us? Why are we doing art? Oh, why do we gotta do art? I don't understand. I don't know if I told you this. I knew a guy in college who used to talk like that. He was like, I just want to talk like this for my voice. My voice is going to talk like this. And when I did that voice, I realized I used to know a guy in college who talked like that. What's up? My voice is very funny. Well, that guy used to talk like this. A lot like this. And that was funny.
That's like the bug guy in Men in Black.
Mai said it sounds like the guy in Men in Black. See, we need to get her a mic. What the heck?
No, the cockroach man. You know?
She was saying the Cockroach Man. I don't remember that movie.
Oh my gosh, he's like in the very beginning. You don't remember that part with the cockroach man?
Oh, wait, that's right. He's like, oh,
He's like
yeah.
nasty, dude.
Okay, I do remember it. If anyone in chat sings the Men in Black theme song, I don't know if I can permaban, but I'm going to try. I'm joking. Nice. Philip did say, oh, he's had bed bugs twice. That's just... So, Maya and I used to live in an apartment complex where a lot of people had cats. And the only point of relation I can have to that is our experience with, they would, like, our neighbors would have fleas, and then those fleas would get into our apartment, and then they'd get all over our dog. And it was also like Long Beach. I don't know what it is, because like once we moved to the AV, there's like no fleas, but like our dogs used to get fleas all the time. And then like we'd have to like deflea the apartment and like spray it down and like go. At the time we didn't have like a laundry machine at home, so then we're going to like the laundromat and we're having to like cycle the wash like 50 times to make sure the fleas are gone. And then about like 4 weeks later, more fleas. And I do think it's from the because we did live in a lot of apartment complexes with people with cats, and their cats would get fleas. But there's something about that area too in fleas. I don't know. So it might have been also the area. And I mean, we'd use like Frontline and all of that stuff, you know, like to deflea or to like secure them from fleas, but they would just always get fleas. It was insane. And Maya's saying a lot of stuff you guys can't hear. We got to get her on mic. I have a blue snowball mic here that we could set to like on like unidirectional. And Mike could be at least a voice on the show. I don't know how we'd set that up though. Because I also think that would be weird because she'd be hearing me twice. And so it would create too much slapback and stuff. We'd have to get a better setup for that. But that might be something worth looking into in the future. Philip said, I think the bed bugs got into the radiator and inside the walls. Oh, just... And like I said, fleas are a pain in the butt in like areas where fleas thrive. So I can't even imagine bed bugs because bed bugs are something where you usually have to get like professionals to come in and like, I mean, at least the flea thing, you could get some flea bombs and take care of it yourself. But like bed bugs are like one of those things. They'll just keep coming back. That's a horror story. Let's see here. So I do not envy you there. So Philip, you were going to stream today. What were you going to work on? I want to know what you're working on. I still think you should do Star Tales. So I hope you're sticking with Star Tales because I thought it was a really cool idea. Either that or I think you should still do Crocs and Socks. Chris was saying, I vote activate the My Mic. I know. I don't know how we'd make it work, though. I'll have to look into that. Because I feel like 2 mics is hard if I guess if she was using headphones, but she still would hear the slapback in the room. You know who I'll ask about that? If he's watching or watching later, Corey Kerr. Give me suggestions on how we could multi-mic if Mai wanted to hop on. And again, we could just start it with just audio, you know, so it's like less nerve-wracking. So I think if it were video, I think my wife would kill me. So I think we're getting there. I want to do a little bit of darker shadows too on this. We're really close to getting to do line art, which I'm really excited about because the line art's the fun part. The only problem is we have one more layer to do rendering on too. And a lot of art is just kind of the game of trying to keep your head while you work. It's a lot of work, but it's just like trusting the process, trusting the slow and steady gets it done, not gunning it too much to where you just make a crap product. I think most clients would be happier with something like 2 days late that's good, assuming that they don't have like a crazy thing attached to it, than something on time that's terrible. And of course, on time and like meh is still probably preferable to not on time. But in my experience, most clients, if you just say, hey, give me a couple days so this doesn't suck, because I could get it done, but it'll suck. They tend to be pretty forgiving of that and kind of appreciate a little more time. We'll see. We'll see. Hopefully we don't need to go there. All right. You guys, we're done with one more layer. So let's get the animals. Turn off that reference. It's saving. And now we're going to do... Philip said, the stream today was just a bit of a test. I wanted to try the 2-camera setup with Talk Studio. I was just going to do some demos. Star Tales will be coming. I love it. And he said, once I finish a couple commissions. Yeah, paid work is important too, so you got to prioritize that stuff. Okay. Let's start with the easy stuff here. Let's start with the... Okay, let's first call this foreground flats. Make a new layer called foreground. What will this be called? Foreground renders. Gary Hodges said, good evening. And Gary, as I usually say when you come in, Gary! I would actually yell that, but I don't want to wake everybody up. Mainly my kid. He sleeps pretty heavy, though. Probably because his dad has the loudest voice on the planet. Okay. Let's start with the bulls. Let's start with the bulls here. Huh? Always fun to start with the bulls. Get some bulls here. Couple bulls. And like a lot of this back here is just going to be like, because really where it's going to hit is here. We had to kind of adjust it a little bit. Let's see if we need shadows on these. You know, I think with the line, it's going to be enough. So let's go ahead and stick with just light for now and see if that works. I'm guessing that should work. Now I'll do just a little bit here. Let's see here. Philip said it's interesting how you used color shades to create the depth. The darker colors are further back. Now, that's what we're kind of trying. And similarly, like here, we'll have just a little bit more. And let's see what the, yeah, that actually it's kind of working. All right. And we've got one left of the bulls. And again, we're going to do, that actually is going to have quite a bit of pencil lines just to kind of make it really work. But again, we're doing a mostly shape-based illustration. So the lines are going to be like complements, not like hugely bigly there. These are easily the best golf balls. I've seen many balls. There's other places that have had golf balls. These are by far the best, the biggest golf balls in the world. I have a feeling this stream's going to get like demonetized because of all these stupid jokes. Oh, nice. Philip said, yeah, in the plains of grass. Nice. Yeah, I tried that. I tried to just kind of make it sort of work. And I think we'll do the golf ball here and then call it. for the golf balls. And then we'll move on to the next thing. Why is this not picking? Oh, I didn't do the golf. Are the golf balls on the different layer? Oh, I see. So I missed those. So I'm glad I got to those in time. All right. Okay, now we need our... Don't actually need my lines yet to do this stuff. So these, I think I want to do darks first, because it was kind of like a metallic that's almost white, but not quite. So I want it to differentiate from the golf balls. And I do feel like in reality, it may not get lighter as it comes into the foreground. Like realistically, it might get darker as it comes into the foreground and then more misty as it goes into the horizon. But I personally feel like that kind of helps because it creates more contrast between the forest in the foreground and the primary focus of the image. So that's one of those like weird little illustration cheats that I think works, but we'll see. I might also like show it to my wife and she'll be like, that doesn't work. But I think we're getting there. And similarly, like here, I just want to have some slight bits and bobs, as Christopher Runciman always says. I love that he says that. Bits and bobs. Hilarious. All right, so then we're going to do... Yeah, let's try the other side. There will be line on this too to kind of separate those planes. Again, we're going to add line to all of this. So we're just doing the renders. Then we'll do the lines. But I am not ending this particular stream until at least finishing this illustration. Okay. Now I want to see my foreground again. And here we're going to do some pretty basic stuff here. So here I want to actually take this and I want to actually kind of blend this in. So let's see if we can find the mid-tone here. Okay. Now we're going to blend these in, these little guys. And now do the darker tone. And then we're going to do the very darkest tone here. And let's see how that works. Hey, I kind of like that. I should have done that on all of them. We're getting closer. We'll kind of go over it and blend it even more, but I like that as a start. Okay, let's save. Let's try again doing those different tones. So let's start with the little mild one here. Okay. And we'll just kind of work our way from there. And let's do one tone darker. And let's do one tone. And now let's do the ultra dark part here. I'm kind of liking that. All right, so now we're getting closer. Now we just need to have our shading on our other stuff. So this shouldn't take actually that long. Said Joshua Kemble a million times when things took really long. I almost think we should make like a drinking game out of that, where it's like anytime Josh says, this won't take that long, that's when you do a shot. And the one time out of like 20 that it actually doesn't take that long, you can take another shot. Not recommending drinking, okay? Especially if you're not of age to drink. I'm not a doctor, okay? I actually do think this section won't take that long. But the part that will take that long is the... Ooh, was that a mistake on my part? Oh well, I kind of like it. It's a noble mistake. We'll live with it. What's up? There's just a leaf that I had underlap instead of overlap, but it kind of works better for the composition. So we'll stick with it. It's like a happy accident. Okay. And then we're going to do our... Come on. Going to do our next one. I don't even know if we need like a lot of like dark or anything like that, because these are going to have, okay, yeah, okay. These are going to have a plethora of lines over them as well. And what does a plethora mean? Why would you say I have a plethora if I don't? If you don't know what a plethora is? That is one of the best movies of all time. I wouldn't mind rewatching that. That's like one of those movies that never gets old. It's always hilarious. I don't think I've had a time where I watched like Three Amigos and been like, this isn't funny. I actually rewatched The Jerk the other day too. That was like a week or so ago, but it was so funny. Steve Martin was a very funny man. I guess is a very funny man, but was very funny. Okay, I feel like I missed one of these. One of these leaves. I feel like I missed more than one of these leaves. Okay, and this to be that brighter tone. And then I think I missed. Oh no, was that the wrong layer? Yeah, I colored it on the wrong layer. Okay, that's okay. That's still salvageable. Let's see if that worked. Yes, okay, that did. And then there's one last leaf here to get, and that'll be this one, which I missed somehow. And that'll be here. And I think that's going to get us for the leaves on the left side. Okay. We're getting there. It's going to look so cool once we have the line on here. Last part. Last two parts. Let's get our light areas on here and then our dark areas on here. Okay. So this is the foreground renders layer. Make sure I'm using the right layer now. And we will just have, first off, we'll have the overall kind of look, which is going to be broader brights here, and then kind of trimming down a little bit. Okay. And then we're going to do a little more detailed stuff, just slightly. Okay. And now we're going to do our darks. Darkness feeds my soul. All right, ready? I think that's going to do it for that. And then we just need our lights here on this guy. Which guy? This guy. Okay, and we're going to do light here, and that'll be sort of here, very subtly in there. And then I want to do dark, like way more present on this one. Okay. There we go. Jim said, "Is this real? Is this real life? Is this really happening?" I almost thought you were going to say, "Is this the real life? Is this a fantasy? Caught in a landslide." Getting demonetized for singing songs. Hope in your... Okay, we're going to take a quick break. We got Jim Lujan here, ladies and gentlemen. And in honor of Jim Lujan, we're going to watch a classic Jim Lujan ad called Wordzoid. And I will be right back. Welcome, Jim.
Well, Peter, since I'm such a big music fan, I'm going to have to go with Karen Carpenter. Oh, Stu, I'm sorry. That's the incorrect answer. Trish, what you got for us?
I'm gonna go with Kim Gordon.
All right, let's check that answer. Kim Gordon. Do we have a Kim Gordon?
Yes, and that means you're our new Wordzoid champion, Trish. Dale, tell Trish what she's won. Trish, you've won a copy of 2 stories, a memoir of faith and mental illness. Handwritten, hand-drawn, and handed to you by artist and writer Joshua Kemble. But wait, that's not all. You've also won a copy of Jacob's Apartment, the story of a doomed romance. What happens when you take Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind and put it in a blender with Ghost World? You get Jacob's Apartment, written and illustrated by Joshua Kemble. Trish, thank you for playing Wordzoid.
All right, great job, Trish.
I was told I was gonna get a lifetime supply of paper towels.
All right, here we are. Gary said, Jim Lujan. Well, if it isn't Ricky P. I don't know what that means, but that's pretty hilarious. I must have missed it. I must have missed something. Okay, so we're going to turn off these layers now. And we're going to start here and see if there is any sort of line to be had. And I do think there's possibly, maybe we could have like a faintly darker line here. Maybe we'll add just a little bit of a line. And we'll call this background lines. So we're going to call this background lines. And we're just going to do a little bit of a let's get our pencil kind of going here. Get a pencil going here. And let's actually like multiply. Let's multiply the... Why is this? Am I crazy? Okay. Here it is. Okay, let's multiply this so it's less obvious. Okay. And now let's do just a little bit of just the tiniest hint of a line. And then maybe we do, again, the tiniest hint of a line. That might be overkill because I actually really like the more kind of atmosphere of the background here. And then here, I think this will mostly be covered by trees. but the tiniest faint bit of a line. Okay, here I don't think in the pencils there were really much going on, but I like the idea of kind of making this more of kind of a road with just a clear pencil line distinguishing that path. And maybe we make it a little bumpy occasionally. And erase it out there. Yeah, I like that. Now I think we'll do just here, we'll do just a mild bit of, maybe we can do like a brighter line here so it like really crests the light like toothpaste. I'm not tired at all, guys. Cresting. Cresting. Cresting, cresting.
Don't stress too much on the road.
On what?
Don't stress too much on it. It's fine.
I'm not stressed. I'm good. All right, so, and I think we'll just do.
Put some roadkill on there.
Yeah, putting some roadkill on there is a great idea. That was Mize. I think kids would really love that if there's like a dead. I think there should be like a couple dead groundhogs.
Oh my gosh, that would be weird.
Just like, it's like all of these groundhogs were really interested in golfing on the roadside. Or a couple corpses next to the bears, like they've been dining. That's what we should have on the road, Maya, is the dead golfers that the bears stole the equipment from. Jim said, had a 3-day weekend, got sick on day 1. Yeah, I've been sick all week. I really like that line. You see how that, if I turn the line off, it's like really subtle, but boom, look at that.
I feel you, man.
That's, check it out, Mai.
Everybody's
Okay.
getting sick.
With line, and then check it out. Just subtle, but look how cool that is.
Oh, that's sexy.
Okay. Now we need to do, let's see our top thing. I know.
Did you have the flu?
I feel bad for Jim because I feel like we got sick too, and it sucks.
Yeah, we must have given it to him.
Yeah, did you get sick from us just from like empathy?
Through the computer?
Our magic bond? Is that it?
I believe it.
Our magic James Bond? Okay. Okay, so we're not going to do those yet. But I do want to do... Okay, let's see our foreground. I don't think much is going to get grassy here. So I do like the idea of having a few differentiations just to kind of make it more clear that weren't there before. So just subtle little indications that might kind of help. But Jim, I'm sorry you got sick, man. I hope you're feeling better. Are you recovering now? I'm imagining that probably sucked. I want to make that darker. I feel like that's too bright. So we're going to grab that. Okay. And then I do think we want to have probably here, whatever that darkest tone is. Let's go ahead and have that here too. Okay. I think that's going to kind of work. That might be too much to even have lines there. You can also make them slightly lighter. Maybe that'll work better. Let's try that and see. Actually, I might like that a little bit better. Now let's see how that looks with our animals on top. Yeah, I actually like that quite a bit. Okay. And there's one other thing I want to add. If this doesn't crash while I do it, I want to add... Man, the memory on this computer is really struggling. Okay. I want to add some of this here. Yeah, I definitely will, once I'm done with this, take a tiny break and restart my computer too. But I do plan on live streaming like for a lot of the night. So if you guys are up late, I am up there with you. We're going to get a crap load of work done today. Okay? Okay. Okay. We're going to get a lot of work done. Okay. Okay. I think there's a couple other things I want to add. And then we'll be done with the background layer. I feel like chicken tonight, you know? No, I feel like there is something that is not translating. Let's turn off the line with the shadows. And I want it to be real subtle. But I think what I want to do is go back to my brush here and do, let's do our round brush again and go to dither or dissolve. And then we'll put our opacity at like 30-ish. 30-ish. And then we're going to do like a darker color. And I want to just have... I'm going to go ahead and put this under the background layers, but I want to have just the slightest bit of shadow under these items so they don't look like they're floating. Because I don't know if you noticed, they kind of look like they're floating. But just adding a little bit of shadow is going to help them not look like they're floating. Jim said no COVID, but a sinus infection. Oh, I hope you are able to get a Z-Pack, my dude, and get some rest. Thanks for stopping by to say hi, Jim. I definitely go to sleep, though, dude. Yeah, is your wife okay? How's Leanne? I hope she didn't get it as well. But I think that makes the items kind of sit a little more. And then here, I think we can add just a little bit. Maybe we can do that for the balls too. Here, it's gonna help seed it, you know. Again, one of the things that makes illustrations feel really disconnected sometimes is the lack of shadows. All right, I think that'll do it for that layer. Oh, we're at the 3-hour mark, so I'm gonna play another trailer, and I'm gonna rock through this. We're gonna finish this. We're gonna finish this today. You and I, we're gonna finish this. Sorry, just saying we're gonna finish this sounds like an action movie or something. Mai just told me about a show on Amazon Prime called Hippo Supremacy, which makes me not want to be working. I want to watch a documentary on hippos. Okay, so we're going to play a trailer. Have a good night, Jim. And we'll be right back. I'm going to go ahead and let's put Christopher Runciman's trailer.
Hi, my name's Chris and I like comics. I want to talk about this comic for a second here. I just got this in. I ordered it direct from my local comic shop through Diamond Distributing. It's Joshua Kemble's Jacob's Apartment. I really enjoyed this book. There's all kinds of comics out there, let's be honest. There's fun comics, there's superhero comics, there's young adult comics, there's adventure comics for kids. There's so many different things under the planet. But there's also an entire subgenre of alternative books. Real life, real world depictions in comic book form. Situations that happen to each and every one of us. And this is a fine example of that. If you get a chance, order this book from your local comic shop. You won't be disappointed. I can't sing its praises high enough. Okay? Check it out. Jacob's Apartment by Joshua Kemble.
Okay, so we're going to do our... we'll start with Hattie. I thought we had a reference of... Maybe I'm crazy. Okay. So now we're going to make a new layer called Animals Lines. And we're going to do our lines on the Animals Lines. So I want to see what I did for Hattie on this previous illustration. And what I did was Hattie has black for their whiskers. So we're going to use black for the whiskers. And we need to go to our correct brush rather than our dissolve brush. That would be good. And Hattie also has make sure I get these right. And Hattie also has a black smile. And I think Hattie has a black eyebrow. And I think a mildly black little eyelash. We're getting there, guys. Now we're going to do our brown lines. I don't know if somebody could crumble a package louder.
Sorry.
My wife was like crumbling a package. All I heard was... I don't know if you guys could hear that, but it was funny. Okay. So I do want to have a lot of these lines that aren't exterior lines, like the interior lines, I don't mind kind of having those here. Oh, what happened there? Let's undo that. It looks like that got deleted somehow. Don't want to do that. And we're going to do our Hattie's little fingers here. And we're going to do some of these little details here, some of these deets. And then this is going to be where the tail sort of gets. So I think now we want to do just a little bit of that. And the toes here. And I didn't render the toes. So we're going to have to go back and render the toes when I'm done. Do not let me forget the toes. If you're in chat, be like, Josh, the toes. But right now, while I have this brush and this color, I want to go ahead and get the little bits and bobs that we're dealing with right now. I just realized I had okay. Cool. How are you guys doing? What are you guys working on? If you haven't yet, hit like. It takes 2 seconds. It really helps the stream. Costs you nothing. Just a click of a button. And it means quite a bit to me because it helps more people find the stream and helps get this stuff seen in the algorithm. So, and again, like I used to not ask that, and then I asked a couple streams and people were way more willing to do it when you ask. So now I ask. And I like this quite a bit. I like how it's coming out. Feeling pretty good about it. That actually works pretty well. And there's one other thing I want to do here, which is these little sections. And I think that'll do. And now we just have one other thing, which is I want to do just one light area that's a little darker. And that can be for this kind of thing, where I don't know if that was dark enough. Let's try that again. For this kind of thing, where we have just a little bit of detail on there. And then similarly, I think for the mouth here and maybe here. Okay. We are going to now turn off the animal lines. That actually works really nicely, right? Okay. So now I just have to do the renders that I forgot to do for this here. I also feel like this is like a different black, but maybe I'm crazy. No, it's not. It's just one has renders, one doesn't. Okay, so let's do animals render. Go back here. Go back to our soft round. Go back to dissolve. Go back to opacity like 30. And then we'll just kind of do this. Add just some subtle little toesies here. Cool. Now we're talking. Now we are talking. Okay. Let's go back to our animal lines. I'm going to start with something that's an easy win because I am starting to feel tired. And it's good to get those easy wins in. So let's do that. So this will be, if we do our lines, let's do black for these. These will be real easy peasy. And I don't even mind if they're a little more kind of hand drawn. Because these are going to be from like a distance. From a distance. You guys remember that song? God is watching us. Okay. Man, I am hitting the old references now. Let's do... Let's turn off our lines. And look at that. Look how great that looks. Now we just need to do the other cart. And we don't want to put the cart before the horse, but we do before the bear. That was another bad joke. I'm here all night, guys. All right, so we're going to do our lines here. Do our lines here. And what do we got? Bibbidi bobbidi boo.
I think I might go to bed because
Yeah.
take care of Benji tomorrow morning.
When are these due?
Tomorrow.
Okay.
But if you only get this one done, just send what you have to me and Jim.
But it could be like tomorrow, like midday.
Yeah.
Okay.
Basically, just don't kill yourself.
Yeah.
But
Gotcha.
I'm going to bed just because one of us has to get up to take Ben to school and stuff. So.
Go to sleep.
But if you need something,
Yep.
question, whatever.
No worries. My wife is heading to sleep. And we might have just a little bit of the golf clubs. Let's go ahead and do all the golf clubs now. And again, we're just kind of doing line where it's necessary. And just kind of where it'll help distinguish. And we'll just go ahead and do that for all the golf clubs. So let's add our line. And I think there's like a line here, line here, line here. And here we've got a line here, a line here, and here. We're going to line here, and a line here, maybe a line here, a line here. That might have been too much. Let's find out. You know what? I actually don't mind that. Okay. Now we're going to have on this one a line here and a line here, a line here. And similarly, kind of a line in the center. Cool. Okay. We got our golf clubs. Now let's get our bears, which should be pretty fun, actually. I think for the bears, well, you know what? I think the bears will be fun. So let's start with something a little harder or more tedious and less fun than characters. Because like me, my personality with art is I always like doing character. So the idea of like working on character stuff is fun. And I'm like, okay, I got to get the unfun stuff first. That would be good. So there's definitely some detail on this bag. I think we're going to do kind of here. Here there's detail. This has like a lip that I think is interesting. This similarly has like a weird kind of thing here. And I think that'll do it. Do I have my animal? Where's the rendering on that bag? Did I not do the rendering? That's so frustrating. I thought I did the rendering on that bag. We didn't do that? That's crazy. That's crazy talk. Okay, back to our... let's get our soft round here. And dissolve 30-ish%. Okay, and now we're going to do lights. Thought something looked a little strange. And then we can do darks, which we don't want to go too dark. We'll just go like a notch darker. Maybe a notch bit darker than that. Okay, and then we'll do our area of light. I can't believe we missed this. That's so funny. I mean, it makes sense. We were going through this stuff pretty fast, so you're bound to miss something. So we're going to do our light here. And then we'll do our darkness here. And then we'll do, again, like now I can go in there. Now that we have that, kind of go in there and add some of our detail lines with our regular brush, which we're going to go back here and do that. for some of these detail lines. And I think that'll do it. That was the only detail line in there. So now we can kind of go in here with the detail lines for the red. And we'll just go ahead and add those. And I think that's it for the detail lines there. I think everything else is pretty set. So we have our golf bags. We've got our dudes. I'm wondering if, let's see here. Yeah, that actually kind of works. Oh, and I accidentally did those lines on the same layer, but that's okay. Okay. Now we need our bears. I want to do the bears with a bright blue. I think that might work. Or a bright gray. So now we're going to see our animal line art. I think now we're going to totally have to make this more normal. And we'll put our animal lines over. So that way I can kind of see what I'm doing here. There's one other thing I think that might be good here, which is now that I can see it, there were a couple little details I was missing. This will be under normal. Some details I was missing here, which we can kind of find now, which is, this should have been, oh man. Okay. This should have been black here. And then we'll do our, there's kind of these wacky lines that I barely caught. Oh, I was drawing that on the wrong layer, I think. No, okay. So we'll go back to normal, and then we'll do our lines. And I think what I'll do is do this. Just because I'm not going to catch that. It's so subtle on there. Similarly, like that's just such a subtle little line. Probably wouldn't have even seen that. Okay, now we can turn that off. And I think we're good. Okay, now I want to have my animals. We're going to have this much brighter. Let's go from our brightest to a little brighter. And then we'll do our animals lines. And we'll kind of draw from there. So first I'm going to do the bears. All the little details in the bear. So I think this might be too close to the gray line. It might be too close. We might have to turn that off. Or maybe that was just too thin. Okay. Okay, and we're going to do all the little details that are in this illustration on the character. Okay. Let's see here how that's working for the bear. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. It takes so long, but it's gonna be cute when it gets done. So that's half the fun. Okay. I think we got how far? Okay, we got there. So now we've got kind of some lines here. I don't know if I like these lines. I feel like these lines need to be a little bit brighter. I think we're going to go wild and make them just a tiny bit lighter. Because I think we did on the previous one, and I think it worked substantially better to have it kind of almost like lighter. So we're going to go with that. And we'll see if that works. Gary said, looks like it's coming together, dude. Have a good night. Have a good night, Gary. Oh my gosh, what just happened? I just hit OK to something that I'm not sure if I wanted to hit OK to it. Like, I don't like this pixel nonsense. Okay, we're going to undo that. Okay, I have no idea what just happened there. I didn't want to go to properties either. Let's cancel. Let's not create a rectangle. Okay. I didn't want to go to properties. I must have hit something. Okay. Let's check it out from a distance. Hey, look at that bear. Look at how he's coming out. Okay. So we're going to get in there again. Oh my gosh. Okay, we're going to get in there with this bear. And we're going to just start doing these details. So let's go back to showing our animal. And let's get in there. So this is going to be... Oh, wait. We don't want to get in there yet. We want to actually see our colors. Because I lightened it. I intentionally lightened it. So I should definitely make sure I'm using the same color. Okay. So this is going to be just adding little detail lines. And I know it seems really minor, but it's like this is what's going to make all the difference in the world on this illustration. If this is bright enough, I thought maybe I went lighter. And it's just for some reason defaulted back. There we go. There we go. All right. I'm going to have to see how this is working. It's a little hard because it's so close in value. I keep feeling like it keeps going darker or something. Maybe I'm crazy. But it's like, I feel like I must have gone even lighter. I don't know why that keeps like darkening. Or maybe it's just that it needs multiple passes. I don't remember this being as much of a pain with the bears before. Okay. Let's continue. It might just be that it's so tiny in the background here that like the lines are almost minuscule. And I think we're getting there. You just need to get all those little details. I kind of feel like that will, in turn, kind of change it out. Philip said, I'm going to have to call it here. Have a good night, Josh. Have fun hanging out. Or it was fun hanging out. Thank you, Philip. It was fun having you in the chats. Appreciate it. All right. Our bear is coming together. So now we just have to do that on all the bears. And hopefully, like, the ones in the foreground won't be as hard because they won't be as tiny of lines. So let's go ahead and do that. And we're going to go ahead and have our little details on this one. So, and again, we'll get into all the other stuff too, but I think here the just kind of trusting the process too. And again, if I miss a line, I can go back. It's a little tough with this line tone. That's going to be 100% there. Okay. And then we have just a few more things here. Can kind of work our way through. And we're just doing, again, just like the lines from the drawing that need to be there, not exterior lines. So it's kind of like a give and take. Now let's see what that looks like. I kind of dig that. I don't like, I feel like these lines aren't right. Let's see. Huh. Well, I feel like these lines still need to go a little further. I think that kind of works a little better. Okay. We got our bear kind of getting there. I'm going to disappear for a second and go to the restroom. So we'll put... let's put on Jacob's apartment trailer. Speak clearly, it seems that only in dreams can we be these things we've seen and walk around. Getting there. We're just doing the outlines of the bears, and that's close to it. Very close to kind of done. So we're just doing the minimal outlines needed. Like, I think here it's going to help to be able to kind of see the arm. Here should probably be a little thicker for the bear's actual body is. And here and here and here, and then we're going to just get some of these little spots. Don't think we got all his arm. Hold on. Yeah, we stopped there. We're getting there. And here's his little tail. And that dividing line. Let's see here. Yeah, we need that big dividing line. And this line here. And then I think we're going to do just a little bit more. It'll be so much easier once we're to another color that's not so close to the color we're painting on. Okay, and I think that's pretty much it. I think that'll do it for that bear. Let's find out. See it from a distance. Look at that. Look at that great looking bear. He looks awesome. Okay. We have 2 bears left of just this obnoxious color. And then we can kind of work on the other colors, which will be way easier to kind of see. So we have this guy. Now we need this guy. So this guy's going to have here. That's going to go there. That'll go there. like this sort of here. Fingers. Definitely going to have his tail here. That was weird. My pen just froze. My computer needs a rest. It's been running all day. Okay. And now we just need these little lines here. We've got yes, we're getting there, guys. Getting there very slowly but surely. It's such a funny style. It's just like it gets there. Thomas said your feed is freezing sometimes as well. Yeah, I think it's just my computer's been running on overtime, so I apologize if it's freezing. Okay, let's see here. Now we're gonna do the last bear, the last of the bears, and it is like real delayed. So I don't know. We'll figure it out. Let's see here. Easy peasy here. I think we're getting there. It's just taking a little bit of time, but it looks pretty good actually. When I pull off the rough lines and we kind of see it at size, it's like it looks pretty cool. It's such a weird style though, because like I said, this is a very strange way of working where half the time you're working, you just kind of feel like it's a blob, and then it all kind of starts taking shape and looking pretty cool. And again, maybe there's a quicker way to kind of do what I'm doing here, but I haven't found it. Now we're going to do our leg line. I think that should, in theory, be it. Unless we forgot his tail. I feel like we got his tail, though. So let's see with the animals off. We got his tail. Thank God. Okay, we're done with that part. Now we just need to get back there to our dude here. And we're going to get some more details, which I just realized I forgot one detail here. That's kind of important for this guy to read, is those nose lines. So let's see if that worked. Much better. Okay. Now we're going to zoom in and we're going to get a little more creative with the color. So I think last time we had eyebrows. The eyebrows, actually, I totally forgot the eyebrows too. The eyebrows are supposed to be the same color. So let's do that. I don't know if any of the other ones have eyebrows. Nope, none of the other ones have eyebrows. Okay, now we get to the fun stuff. So now we're going to do our dark line for the smile. Look at that, starting to come together. And then there's one, I think there might be another thing, or maybe not. Maybe that was it. Oh, I do want to get his hat here. So that I can kind of freeform, because I didn't like the original drawing of the hat. It just didn't look like a golfer's cap to me. Maybe I'm crazy. But I used to own one of those, so maybe we'll do it lighter. Should be like a brighter. No, let's not do lighter. Let's do darker. So it should have like a brim here. Much better. Okay. So we got our golf cap. I think we're done with this layer. Am I crazy? I think we got it all. So now we got to do the next layer. And then we're gonna close it out pretty soon. Go on like 3 hours on this thing. I think these will take about 4 hours total. Okay, so now we have our animals lines. I think we're good. Save. There's one thing I want to do from the previous one, so I'm going to go ahead and go back to my full cam. And previous, we're not kind of get. Worry not, lest ye be worried. Okay, so let's see here. So we're going to grab our texture from the previous one and kind of drag that over. So okay. Come on. This is having so much trouble. My Photoshop is like real freezy right now. Okay. Now we can go back. Well, let's close out the thing I had to open. Okay, now let's go back to where you guys can see it. So now I'm adding some real mild texture over. And I think that'll do. I don't think it's cutting off in any weird ways. Yeah. Okay. So we have our texture. Let's go ahead and save. That shouldn't be over the animals, though. I'd like that under... Let's put that on under the animals. Yeah. So that's just like the grass in the background. Okay. The last bit we have to go is here. And once we add these in, we go. So if I'm not totally frozen on my stream. Okay. We are so close to done, you guys. So I'm going to go ahead and save this. We're going to play another trailer, and then we're going to get into the little deal to kind of get those foreground lines. We'll go ahead and look at them. So we're going to paint those foreground lines, and then we'll call it, very close to done. Slowly, but here is the trailer. If I can get my computer to work. Here is the trailer for 2 Stories. Okay, so we're going to make this is the very end of it. So we're going to make a line that says foreground lines. Hopefully this is interesting to you guys and, not a terrible illustration. I like how it's come out. But you guys may not. Okay, so we're going to do our bit lighter. I want to be a little bold with it. Okay, and now I'm going to make a new layer that's called foreground lines. And I'm going to put foreground below it. So we're kind of painting over it. But also kind of sticking to our lines here. So, okay, so we're going to do our thick brush. We're going to just paint right over, maybe even correct them a little bit. I like that, but I don't like it being that dark. So instead, I'm going to do significantly lighter. let's start with the oh my gosh, my computer. It's freezing. Okay. Let's do the lightest part of this. Let's do like really light. And then let's show and let's see what we can do. These are going to look real similar. Again, it's going to be a weirdly very similar color. Already have. Okay. And we're kind of like correcting it a little bit so that it works with the color. And I think that'll do it for these, except here. And here. And here. And I think that's it for that color. So I also think it might be cool if this is, let's see, if this is, I wonder if that'll work. Is this the right brush? Yeah, okay. Okay, let's see how that looks. Hey, look at that. Nice, right? Okay, let's do more. It's, oh, wait, we're not done with that color. There's one other spot where I want it to almost like go over. We're almost doing this like it's, and then we're just gonna erase it out. And let's see. Oh, I love it so much. Okay. Let's do some more. Okay, let's do these colors now. And I think this will go significantly brighter. And again, like it's sad because these are like these greens that kind of match the cyan. It's like a mind melt to kind of try to figure out. Okay. I feel like some of those lines were a little wonky, so we're going to undo those. Because it's like you kind of need confidence in your mark, and that was a little wobbly on those ones. And again, we want to do it in one clean swoop. Okay. This is for the darker. These darker greens. I was a little unconfident, that line. Similarly, a little too wobbly. we're doing that darker green. So darker green. This one's going to be darker green that goes all the way up. We'll thicken it. Oh. That was an awkward line. Once my computer decides I can make it. Okay. And I think we're good on that. Now we need to kind of see how that looks with the foreground. See if there's anything we missed. Doesn't look like it to me. I like it. I don't like that. Like, that's not reading. So I think here we're going to have it almost like we'll do a little trick. Where it'll kind of get darker. There we go. Okay. So now we need just these lightest ones, and then we can move on from these leaves to the next leaves. So let's get the lightest part of this and then go even lighter. And I think we'll be good to go. So let's do... Oh my gosh. So funny. I thought like, oh, it's not going to be similar to the bears, but it's like all of this stuff is almost blue. Now I could overlay like magenta. That would be a wise idea. Might be a little late to do that. Let's see here. Oh. Oh, that wobbled. And let's do this here. Let's see if that's it for the leaves. Hey, look at that. I really dig that. I think this leaf isn't working too. So let's get back to this and kind of do the same trick where we do like a little bit of a oh, that was too dark. Let's go like here. And I think that works. I think that is working. I think I'm freezing a little bit, so I apologize if you guys notice me freezing just a little bit during the feed. It's just my computer is not in the best mood. We are getting really close to done. I'm actually really happy with how this is coming out. I don't want to exaggerate that, but it is coming out pretty cool. Okay, now we're going to do the grass lines. And then we'll do the line over this bush. If my computer will let me. Okay. It is really laggy, so I think it's because it's been running like 24/7. Okay. So we're going to do lines where they're necessary. Do we need lines? I do think we're going to need some lines. So let's do like bright green. And let's see where that gets us. Okay, so we're going to do bright green here. Oh my gosh. My computer. Really not happy. Okay. Luckily, we're almost done. Lose the computer. Like it just froze. Oh, come on. Okay, let's save. And we'll definitely cycle and restart the computer. My guess is after this, I think I'll take a real quick power nap and then get right back to it and get the last two spreads done. If I can, it'll be cool to get them done earlier. Why is this like ridiculously bad here? Okay, let's do smaller lines. Let's do a little bit here and let's see if that works. Or if that adds or takes away from it. So let's turn off the foreground. Hey, I think that kind of works. There's a couple things I'd like to do here. If my computer will let me. Okay, I'm just going to save just so that doesn't crap out. It's like the last leg of the race and it's exhausted. I'm exhausted. My computer's exhausted. But we're getting close to done. Okay. Where are we at? Okay. Things I don't like about this. One in particular is I think these are okay to kind of sit in the background. Right? Okay. There's a couple things I'm going to do to that in a second too, just to kind of fix it up. Okay. Now let's do our. Okay, we'll get to that next after this. So we just have to do our bush here. And I think our bush should be like relatively high lit. Again, with another color that's abnormally close to the cyan below it. Okay. Okay. let's get this all taken care of. Let's see how that looks. Is my line wavering too much? I think that kind of works. There's just a couple things to get in there a little more so that I can be a little bolder and maybe make the brush just a tiny bit thicker. Nope, not that thick. All right. And we're getting there. How are you guys doing tonight? I hope well. I hope my feed hasn't been cutting out too much. If you're still enjoying this, we're 4 hours into the stream. If you haven't yet hit like, that would be cool. Much appreciated. And we're just kind of adding these little details to kind of make this illustration hopefully sing a little bit. There's a little bit that I'm not super happy with under Haiti. So, or Hattie. So we're going to kind of fix that up in a second. But I'm kind of getting in the flow now, so I feel like this will work. We just kind of rock it. And I like some of these like noodly lines, so I'm trying to kind of keep the beauty and simplicity of my wife's drawing here for the foreground, because it's pretty rad. And there's a couple things here that I really like. Maybe that's too much, having that one weird plant. Does that seem weird? Yeah, that seems weird. Get rid of that. And let's do... Yeah, that's a little better. Okay, let's get back. Oh. Let's get back. Let's undo that. Okay. Kind of keep it rounded. And then we've got our business here and our business here. One left. Now we're going to do bright, and let's go through these. All right. Check that out and turn this off. I really like this a lot. There's a couple things I want to do. So I want to get into this territory. Oh my gosh. If my computer will let me. I want to get into this territory. You know what? Let's finish up. Hold on. I was going to do some rendering tricks, but first let's get into some other details, some mild details. So like in this case, I think all we need is some dark lines that'll differentiate. So I don't think they need to be much, just something to kind of differentiate those areas. And similarly here. And here. And here. Maybe just give it a little semblance of detail as it gets closer up. I actually like that a lot. Okay, that's for that. And then the balls. The balls! We got to do those. At least I think we do. Let's see what we got. So let's go to our foreground. And I think this will work. I think. We'll have to see. So let's start with some of these. So let's do like that, 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 that. We had to kind of fix them a little bit, but I don't think that'll be a problem. So now we'll do that, 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 that. We're getting there. And that. That. don't think this is going to be actually that bad, but we'll see. We'll see from a distance if this works or if these are just too wonky. But I think it's going to work. Okay, and let's turn off our... Look at that. That looks awesome. That actually worked really well. How cool is that? Okay, so we have a couple more to go, and then we're good to go. So let's do these other ones. I think these will go a lot quicker. Again, if you're doing the drinking game, feel free to follow along. Oh, come on. Okay. And again, I'm hoping the computer doesn't totally die as I'm working, because we are so close to done. That would be a real shame. Although that has happened, you know, that can happen. That's why you save often, by the way, guys. When you are working, there's nothing sadder. Like I used to teach digital art classes at Laguna College of Art and Design. And I remember a few times where I told students, like, make sure you're hitting Command S like every 5 minutes. And their computer would crash and they'd lose all their work. And I'd be like, did you hit Command S? And they're like, nope. And I'm like, well, as much as it sucks, like, you'll remember that. And then the next time you'll hit Command S, and then you'll forget like 3 years later. Because all of us forget. But it just takes an occasional every 3 years. You don't hit save, and then you lose an hour of work or something. And then you remember, oh yeah, I got to hit save. So I don't think these ones need to be quite as robust and worked out as the other one. So I think these are significantly further away. So we're just kind of pulling from the... basically pulling from the line art under them. But it really like does help. It's kind of shocking. And we have one more to go, and then I think we're pretty close to done. There's just the one trick I want to do behind Hattie to kind of make Hattie stand out a little more. So let's do our last golf balls here. Our last golf balls. The last of the golf balls. Our last of the golf balls. Okay. All right, and now we'll turn this off and we'll kind of zoom out. Look at that. Okay. There's one last thing, because I'm not happy with that transition between Hattie and the thing in front of her. So I think what we're going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and pick this. And now I'm going to go to a new thing, sort of over here under the texture. And I think we can do actually maybe it goes overall. And I think we'll do like a dark spot. Can go take out this, and then we'll make a new area that kind of darkens a little bit overall. And then here we'll do back to our dither. And this one will have an opacity of like 30 something. Okay. So I want to do like a fairly dark area here. I want to try to kind of, just so that it kind of pops. Then Hattie feels a little bit more in the background. And I think what we're going to do is have Hattie sort of here. Where's Hattie? So we'll go back to Hattie. And Hattie's little details here. And get kind of minute in there. And then we'll go back to here, delete that out. Save for. There we go. Oh. Okay. Let's try that again. Yeah, I really like that. There's one other thing. I think Hattie needs to get just a little bit darker too. So we kind of have to go here where Hattie is. I think we can get just a little bit more. Maybe the texture could go under the animals too. Just a little bit more to have it get just a little bit darker. And let's see how that works. Huh. Oh, I guess maybe I'm on the wrong. There we go. And then I think we could even go a little darker here. And then we could do let's try that. And there's one thing that's a little awkward here, which is that tail area. So I want to do an even darker color. Let's go back to Hattie. And let's go back to here. And let's do an even darker color. It's going to be here. Is that working? I just can't even tell if this is painting on there, but I think it is. Whew. Okay, guys, we did it. Maybe some of that wasn't absolutely necessary. Oh, wow. I like that. Okay, guys. I think we're almost there. I'm trying to see if there's anything else that we're missing. I think maybe we can manage to do one other little trick. And then I think we'll call it after that. So, again, I keep saying that, but who knows? But I want to do like another tone just a little bit darker if I can save or whatever. I want to do just a little bit darker than the darkest and do just a little punch up here. We can kind of get and we can just turn the opacity just a little bit on this. Let's see if that makes for as much of a kind of pop as I want. Maybe not. Let's try doing multiply and then turning it down quite significantly so it's just a little bit subtle. There we go. And then maybe we just do a little blast here. Did that work? What the heck is going on? I'm not even seeing it now. Was it that low? Or is it just that delayed on when my brush is appearing? Oh, okay, now I see. There we go. I should be able to zoom out now, but I think it's completely frozen, maybe? Maybe not. What do you guys think? I think it's good. I think we're good to go, and I'm going to call it. Thank you to everybody who has tuned into this stream. Keep in the loop because I will be live streaming a bunch I know there's been a little bit of delays and stuff like that. Like my feed is freezing sometimes. I think it's because my computer needs some sleep. So I'm going to go ahead and let my computer rest for a little bit. I might even take a little power nap and then get right back to the next spread. So thank you guys for watching. I hope that was helpful to kind of show you a little bit of an interesting kind of approach to illustration that's a little different than what I usually do. And I hope you guys will have a fun one and have a good night. And if you haven't yet, obviously hit like and hit subscribe and hit the bell so you get notifications when we're about to go live, all that fun stuff. All right, guys, that is going to do it. I will see you guys probably in an hour or two. So if you're up, I'll be up. All right, I'll talk to you guys later. Bye.